Hello, everyone. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. I was ever so slightly late today because I was frantically muddling blackberries so I could make myself my favorite summer drink, which is a blackberry whiskey lemonade. And I'm very excited to drink this tonight. It's been a little bit since I've actually made a beverage on the channel for the live show. So that's going to be awesome. If you are watching live, welcome to you. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I'm just excited for everybody to be here. Tonight, I am still working my way through Death's End. I am dedicated to finishing this book this month. I will be finishing it in the month of July. Fear not, it's going to happen just because I don't want to be known for reading it for ages and ages. But in addition to that, I will also be starting Guards by Terry Pratchett, which I'm very excited to read. So it's kind of going to be my nice balance between heavy sci-fi with, evil beings and just fun, satirical, goofy fantasy story Terry Pratchett with a ton of puns. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Grab a blanket or grab a fan, depending on how warm it is where you are. It's actually quite toasty here today, but we have been getting a lot of rain lately, which I am also grateful for because it means that, unlike some areas right now in the US that are like 108 degrees, we've still been in the reasonable, like 80s and 90s. So I feel like we are managing okay. So I get to go over now and see what everybody's up to. And I also forgot to put my banner up, of course, which is what are you reading or working on tonight? So do let me know if you're here and you haven't told me already, what are you reading or working on? So Robert said, would you rather have a ride on a giant capybara or have one as your personal chauffeur? That's a great question. I think that because I would only be able to ride the giant capybara once versus having a personal chauffeur all the time, I'm going to pick the personal chauffeur and I would give him an adorable little hat. And I can just imagine that being a really fun time. So that's going to be my answer. Robert already coming in here hot with 45 minutes and saying, great stream, Alex, thanks. So apparently he was just getting all of his comments out of the way well in advance. So Robert, I don't know if you're hanging out or if you're just being sarcastic or not, but thanks for stopping by for your brief 4 comments. I really appreciate that. Heidi says, Robert, you make me laugh out loud as your early entrance to the sprint summer hours. Robert says, Heidi, start things off with a bang, right? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely am. I'm starting my evening off right, I would say, especially my adorable little bee glass. Of course, you guys can't see the bee, but I know that it's there. Heidi says, yes, you're a natural comedian. It's true. He really is. And Magnolia says, hello, hello. Hello to you too, Magnolia. And she says, hello, Heidi and Robert. And Melinda is also in the house and says, howdy all, and howdy to you too, Melinda. And Heidi says, Magnolia is in the house. That's funny that you just said that, and I did not realize it. Magnolia says, Robert early on. And yes. Heidi says, hello, Melinda. And Melinda says, hello to me. Thank you. I do too. Robert says, Magnolia in the house. Swank is here, everybody. Hello, Swank. Good to see you. I know that you're here from over on Kat's channel, so I appreciate you coming by. He said, howdy, everybody. And howdy to you too with a little pumpkin face. And Lily, hi. Lily says, hi, I'm reading I Know Who You Are by Alice Feeney. Very cool. I hope that ends up being fun. I've never read anything by Alice Feeney, but I have heard the name. Very famous. Denise, hello. Denise says, hello, everyone. I'm reading A Table for Two by Amor Towles. It's a short story collection and a novella. Ready to start the 3rd short story on page 75. Very nice. Love that. And Melinda says, starting with a chapter from Les Mis and then moving on to a story from Temple Folk by Alia Bilal. Awesome. Temple Folk. Sounds like a fun title. Heidi says, yeah, Alex is going to be part of the elucidated brethren of the Ebon Knight before the end of the first sprint. Welcome. Yay! And I am assuming, of course, that that's going to be a reference to guards. I'm just so excited because it's been a hot second since I've read a Discworld novel, only because this is the last one that I have right now. I'm planning on getting more very soon, but I didn't want to read this and then not have another Terry Pratchett on hand if I really needed it. Terry Pratchett's basically like my emotional comfort author, where it's like if I've had a really bad time, I just pick up Terry Pratchett, and I didn't want to not have one. But since the time is nearing for being able to get more books, I am planning on picking up hopefully like the next 3 in the Discworld series to have physical copies of. So that's going to be awesome. Robert says, sarcastic? Me? Yeah, I know. A shocker to everyone. Magnolia says, I'm here now, not for a long time, just the chat here now, but whenever you are starting to read, I think I will go early up tomorrow because I am going to a medieval event. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I am looking forward to the Renaissance Fair this year and being able to go back because that was just such a ball. So enjoy your time. And you said I'm currently reading Neanderthal by John Darton, by the way. So I want to ask everybody, has anybody else like had an experience with a prickly anthropology professor who very like adamantly states that it is not pronounced Neanderthal but Neanderthal? Because I had that when I was in school. So every time I see that word, I want to say Neanderthal, but I don't want anybody to think that I'm a Neanderthal for pronouncing it incorrectly. So I don't really know what the true pronunciation is, but there's the popular one and then the one that my professor told me. So I don't know. And Heidi says, can we spoiler chat with you regarding guards as you read it? I don't know how much of it I'm going to get through tonight to where, like, I would be able to tell you about where I'm at. We'll see. We'll really see, because I'm hoping to get more through Death's End tonight, because I have not read this pretty much at all in the last week because I ended up reading when You Trap a Tiger instead, and I finished that book last night, which ended up being great, by the way. I really liked that book. I gave it 4.5 stars. I could highly recommend it. And I was ugly crying last night, which was just so much fun because I went to bed with a headache. So in terms of spoilers, I don't know. I'm weird about spoilers. I'm weird about spoiling things for other people. So we'll see, Heidi. And Deborah, hi. Deborah says, reading Ipgrad. Okay, I've not heard of that. Unless that, of course, is that like kind of like ACOTAR, but like they're not capitalized though, so I'm assuming that Ipgrad is just the title. Let me know. And Swank says, I'm reading What Moves the Dead. Yay, 36% in. I have that as one of my 24 books of 2024, so I'm waiting to get to that. I'm saving it for a time when I really need a short book to go along with a long book, and I didn't feel like reading that while also reading Death's End. So I think potentially I may end up reading What Moves the Dead at the same time that I read like The Doors of Eden or something, like maybe like a sci-fi book. So I have like a sci-fi and a horror. So we shall see. And Heidi says, this is the first time you're reading one of my favorite books. Yeah, that's so cool. That makes me happy to hear, Heidi. And Magnolia says, just watched a movie with Tony Shalhoub, plays Monk in it. He had a small role, but man, he is such a stunning actor. Fantastic. I'm a fan. Is it clear? I know we've talked about your love of Monk, and I think that's cool that you watch him in other things too, because some people tend to just stick to like the one series where they know an actor, but you are a true fan. And Deborah says, oops, reading Upgrade. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. Upgrade by Blake Crouch. That's so cool. That is another one of my 24 books of 2024. So that's awesome that you all are diving into those. I'm very excited to get to Upgrade, but again, like there's so much anticipation for this book for me because the other 2 Blake Crouches I've read were 5 stars, and I'm like, please be a 5-star. I want another one because he's just such an amazing author. So it might be bad that I'm going into it with so much anticipation, or it could be a good thing. Like maybe he's just going to be 3 for 3 and be one of the only authors who's ever successfully done that for me. And Heidi says, Magnolia, did you watch the movie Big Night yet? Monk has a big role. And Deborah says, also reading What Moves the Dead by the amazing T. Kingfisher. Yeah, now that I know what T. Kingfisher's writing is like, having read Nettle and Bone, I am quite curious to see about What Moves the Dead. The thing that surprises me is that it's so short, though I do know that the sequel came out that has the horse on the cover. Has anybody read that? Did you like it if you read it? Robert says, Keaton food delivery. I'm going with chicken enchiladas. I think that's the second. Oh, that scared me. I thought they were like gonna fall or something, like off the cart. Okay. That's the second stream in a row, Robert, where you've said that he's going to be bringing me like either last time it was quesadilla, I'm pretty sure, and then now you're saying it's enchilada. I'm here to bum you out because I've already eaten, although it was chicken. I had chicken salad sandwich and some chips, and I might end up eating part of a regular salad later. But Keaton is crashed on the couch right now because he is so tired from a long week. And Angel, hi. Angel says, hello, everyone. Hello to you, too. And Heidi says, also, Magnolia, did you watch Mrs. Maisel? Monk may have won an Emmy Award. His character made the show. I didn't know that he was in Mrs. Maisel. I never watched that, but I had a friend at my last job who was like obsessed with that show. Swank says, sorry, gotta go. Thanks. So happy to see you, Swank. Thanks for stopping by. And Magnolia says, Heidi, yes, I watched that. That was a fantastic performance again as well. Movie-wise, it was good, but I would love to see some things going a different way, but Tony was amazing. And Christina, hi. Christina says, hi, Alex. I think I'm reading No Exit today. I've heard about that book and I've heard good things about it, so I hope that it ends up being awesome. And you said, remember to hydrate and hug the like button. Thank you. I'm hydrating with, not water. I should taste this. Hang on a second. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really good. Okay. Normally I taste my drinks right after I make them, but I was rushing to get in here because I literally was like wrapping it all up as I was flying to my computer. And it's great because when I muddle the blackberries, I don't have an actual strainer. And so like I got like some seeds in it, but still fantastic. It's not like a professional cocktail, but it doesn't have to be. It just needs to be delicious. And it is. Blackberry and pomegranate are my two favorite flavors for alcoholic beverages. And Magnolia says, Heidi, no, I haven't watched Mrs. Maisel yet. I want to, but I have to find it first. Is it fun? And you said, oh, and he deserves every award, Heidi. Deborah says, upgrade won't let you down. I predict another 5-star. Woohoo! I love that. And Zach is here. Zach says, hi, I'm reading Between Two Fires by Christopher Buehlman. It's a horror that takes place in 1347 during the plague. That sounds cool. 3.75 stars so far. So just sneaking in under a 4. I wonder why that is. Heidi says, Magnolia, yes, Mrs. Maisel is a comedy based on Joan Rivers' 1958. Monk plays her father. It was a huge hit here in the US. I didn't realize he was her father on that show either. That's so fun. And Magnolia says, haha, when you said I ate chicken, pause, I was thinking chicken bones. What? No, I did not eat any chicken butts. Heidi says, Zach, I love Buehlman. Are you reading Between Two Fires on my recommend? He is my favorite author along with John Gwynne. Zach says, What Moves the Dead is based off of The Fall of the House of Usher. Yes, by Edgar Allan Poe, which is a 37-page short story. Yep, by Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah. Kat really wants me to read The Fall of the House of Usher first. I don't have a copy of it. I don't know if I could easily get a copy of it. It's probably online. I mean, at this point, it probably is available, like just out there on some website. I don't know whether I should or not, or whether it matters if I should read it. But I know Kat would very like adamantly say, yes, pick it up. Robert says Neanderthal. Just Googled it. I was saying it incorrect too. So it is Neanderthal. Okay. Then my snooty college professor was right, which I should assume that. I mean, he had his doctorate and he freaking teaches anthropology, so he would know. And Christina says, I think Mrs. Maisel is on Prime. Yes, I believe it is. It should be an Amazon thing. And he said, I didn't realize that was based on Joan Rivers. And Magnolia says, Heidi, I will try to find it somewhere. I don't have any streaming service, so I need to do it in another way. Yeah. And he said, I don't know much about Joan Rivers, to be honest. To be fair, I don't either. And Christina says, it's a really funny show. And Alicia's here. Alicia says, hello, everybody. Hello to you, too. And Magnolia says, the book Neanderthal is good so far, by the way. Slow read, but also exciting and nice. Well, that's nice when something can be both slow and exciting. I don't think that's always the case. Zach says, I'm reading Between Two Fires from a new small YouTuber named Vanessa Gamu. Gamu is a fun last name. That's awesome. All right. Well, that is the end of the comments so far. So thank you, everybody, for that wonderful introduction. And Robert technically called it first by saying that he wanted 45 minutes. So I will get it set up here and get that taken care of for you all. Let's see. The joys of me making beverages right before stream means that I am not prepared. But that's okay, because it's only going to take me a second. At this point, we got everything down pat, don't we? Let's see. What color do I want the background to be? I don't know. I kind of like the... Sorry, if you're wondering why I'm peeking around, it's because my laptop that I use to see you all is in front of my other monitor. Let's see. Come on, Alex. All right. Present. Share screen. There we go. Okay, that's better. I got it figured out. Sweet. And Christina says, why do they add the H if you do not pronounce it? I would ask the same of many French words. So I think that's just kind of part of language. We like to add in a bunch of things that don't make a lot of sense. And Robert said, boom! Yeah, because he nailed it by getting there first. It's like the, Robert says, yeah, like nobody was going to post 45. Yeah, it's true. Probably everybody was. Most people like the 45s anymore, which is perfectly fine. And Magnolia says, I'm going now then. Hope to join a little longer next week. Yeah, I hope you'll be able to as well. So good to see you. And you enjoy your time. Have the best time. Deborah says, me next, 60 minutes. It's got to be 30 or 45 minutes, Deborah. So if you want the longer one, we can do another 45 if you want that. So I like to keep it at those set times because I always feel like if I end up doing too much longer or too much shorter than 30 or 45 minutes, then it kind of either drags on or you don't get enough time. So I can do another 45. And Magnolia says, if it was 30 minutes, I could maybe join to read a little and still chat afterwards. But Robert. So there you go, Robert. Magnolia's throwing you under the bus. Christina says 60. You guys. How many times have you been here, Christina? And Heidi says, Joan Rivers was one of the first women comedians who was sort of blue best friends with Lenny Bruce. She is probably one of the most famous comedians. She got famous again for asking celebrities what they were wearing on the TED carpet and making fun of them afterwards, the fashion police. Okay. Oh, okay. Joan Rivers. Now that name sounds familiar. Okay, it does. Deborah says, okay, 45 then. You got it. I can do that. Magnolia says, I will sure enjoy my time. Thanks. Bye-bye all. Have a nice read. Yes, and we sure will. So I'm going to give you all your first question of the evening, which is, you are teleported to a world where dogs and cats are the ruling class, and they are at war. You must pledge yourself to one group. Which do you choose, and why? So there you go. And I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I began Guards and met the what was it, elucidated brethren of the Ibn Knights, which I was already just smiling so hard. Yeah, the elucidated brethren of the Ibn Knights. I was smiling so hard reading this because it's already just so funny, and I'm loving it. So got to page 24 in that, and then decided to jump over to Death's End. And it's also really interesting how I went from this, where the font is like larger, and then to this, where it's just quite small. And it's going to take me so much longer to read a page. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question. You are teleported to a world where dogs and cats are the ruling class and they are at war. You must pledge yourself to one group. Which do you choose and why? I really wouldn't be surprised. I haven't read any of the comments if Robert was like, I picked the capybaras. Dogs and cats, no way. Capybaras forever. Let's see. Robert and Christina both were telling Magnolia to enjoy her day at the medieval festival. Alicia says, Team dogs because I'm a dog person all the way, no shade to the cats. Heidi says, if dogs ruled the world, what a good premise for a book. Yeah, I agree. That kind of is part of a book, City by Clifford D. Simic, which is very old sci-fi, Heidi. It's a collection of short stories that were originally published in science fiction magazines and later were accumulated into a novel that you can read. And I actually quite like City. I think Clifford D. Simic was an author that had a lot of hope in sci-fi for his time, and I just think that a lot of the things that he wrote about were quite sweet. Like, he was also the author of Waystation, which is another book that I read. So if you haven't picked up City, I would recommend giving it a shot and seeing what you think, keeping in mind that the way that it was written, of course, is very different than books today. And Zach says, Dog Squad, if for no other reason that I don't like cleaning cat boxes. I had cats for the first 23 years of my life, but now I'm good. Okay, good to know. Robert says, Pledge, definitely not dogs. There always be hyper to take the next objective. Cats. Yeah, whatever. Heidi says, Hey, Alicia, did you ever hear about this necromancer called Gam Gam? It's a cozy zombie book. I have never heard of that either. Robert says, I'm reading Star Splitter, Matthew Kirby, by the way. Okay, cool, Robert. Thanks. And Star Splitter is a cool name. And Ron, hey, Ron. Ron says, dogs, cats will eventually betray you. Yeah. And Melissa says, cats, if you ever meet my cat, you'll understand. Alicia says, Heidi, no, I haven't, but I'm looking it up now. And Emily's here. Hello, Emily. Emily says, hello, all, reading Homegoing by Ya Jossie. Yay! For book club and liking it much more than anticipated. For the question, I guess I would realistically pick whichever side I formed an attachment with first. That's fair. So maybe whoever found you first and they like took you in and was like, yes, we will bring you into the fold, you would be loyal to them. I respect and understand that. Absolutely. And I do hope that you end up really enjoying Homegoing. I liked it, thought it was a good book. So I can definitely recommend. Robert says, Capybara, dogs and cats would just quit the war so they could snuggle. Yeah, that's true. That's so true. Denise says, only read 10 pages, made some coffee, and came outside to sit. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad. I've actually thought before about trying to like take you all outside in my backyard and sit, but I thought about it and I'm like, all of my neighbors would be able to hear me with as loud as I am. And my background wouldn't probably be nearly as pleasing to look at. So I was like, no, I'm just going to stay inside. Heidi says, oh, I heard of City. It's Michael K. Vaughan's favorite book on my TBR. Done. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that that's his favorite. I thought it was a really cool premise. And one of the things that is quite unique about it is when you first start reading it, there's one family, okay? I'm not gonna say much more than this, but there's one family that you are following the descendants of throughout the book. But the real homie that you're gonna love is Jenkins the robot. That's all I'll say. Jenkins is the best. And Zach says, I got to chapter 28 about 80%. Nice. And Denise says, dogs, just because I have always been a dog person. Yeah, I would end up picking dogs as well because I've always had dogs. I love cats. I enjoy cats, but I've never had one as a companion. So gotta go with dogs. Heidi says, Alicia and Alex Andrew at Wizard League Reads, who DNFs everything, gave Gamma Gamma a thumbs up. He DNFs everything? Oh, that sounds brutal to not enjoy that many things. Of course, I don't know what exactly it is that he's picking up. So he might be picking up a lot of interesting like experimental books for all I know and not things that most of us have heard of. Because I definitely have not heard of Gamma Gamma. Alicia says, Heidi, it's okay, Caillou, so I will give it a shot. Okay, awesome. Very nice. I'm glad you'll give it a shot. It's okay. Oh, it's on KU, so I'll give it a shot. Okay, sweet. Nice. Very, very nice. Alrighty. Well, we already had a call for the next sprint being 45 minutes, so that's easy peasy. You all took care of that for me in a heartbeat. For Heidi's sake, because this is her favorite, one of her favorite Terry Pratchett books, I have to tell you, Heidi, that the part that I ended on was we have been introduced to Carrot. I was I was introduced to Carrot, who was not named for the color of his hair, but for the shape of his body, which I think is great. And there is a plot to bring dragons into the world in order to usher in the true king. So already off to a really great start with the Terry Pratchett book. So to give you all your next question. Okay, would you rather be stuck for a full day with a person who only brags or a person who only complains? Alicia says, I remember Carrot. I think, yeah, just fantastic. Some of the names that Pratchett comes up with just kill me. Robert says, Heidi pronounced ID. Oh, no. Okay, because you're talking about Neanderthal, how the H was silent. Yeah, Heidi, how do you feel about Robert saying that you're ID? What would you do if somebody called you that? They didn't think to pronounce the H. Oh. All right. So think about the answer to the question. I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to go check on my boy because he left, and Keaton also wanted me to wake him up now because of how long he's been asleep. So I'm going to go check on him, and I will be right back. So enjoy your sprint. Happy reading. Talk to you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read some more of Death's End and made it to page 245. And then in Guards, I made it to page 32. I really like that Carrot was raised by dwarves and that he has to be, have that news broken to him that he's actually a human at 6'6", and how he's like lived his whole life like stooped over, but he's, very strong because he's worked in the gold mines. And it vaguely reminded me, of course, of the movie Elf, where Buddy's character ends up finding out that no, you're not an elf, Buddy. In the North Pole, working with all the elves. I thought that was really fun. I enjoyed that. And when did this book come out? I didn't look at when it was released. So in 1989. So that was well before the Elf movie. So Terry Pratchett did it first. Let it be known. Anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be stuck for a full day with a person who only brags or a person who only complains? I think this one will be pretty interesting. So I got to go back here. And Christina says, I was prepping supper as I was waiting for my phone to charge a little. Okay. And Heidi says, yes, Carrot is so well loved in Discworld. One of my favorite parts was his dialogue about the secret password, or was the dialogue about the secret password, which you already read. Yeah, that was like first thing pretty much at the beginning of the book, of just like going back and forth with all of these crazy phrases. My favorite one, let me see if I can find it really quick so I don't like eat up too much time. Oh, where is it? To the Axeman, all supplicants are the same height. I liked that one. All right, and Heidi says, ID is okay with me. I think Cab Calloway scats that, and Heidi IDO. Yes, and I wrote back, I love Minnie the Moocher, because that is just a fantastic Cab Calloway song. Of course, very famously in the Blues Brothers movie, and I loved seeing him, and he was like so full of life and dressed in his beautiful white suit. And every time I hear that song, I have to sing it, the scat parts and all. It's awesome. And Denise says, definitely a complainer. At least they are being honest. Cannot abide a liar. Okay, good to know. Heidi says, Alex, what is so funny is that a new fantasy author of The Bound and the Broken has a character called the Supreme Grand Master. He must be paying homage to Pratchett. The character is not funny, though. Is he like the Supreme Grand Master, where he wants to take power for himself type thing? And he says he's exactly what Pratchett is making fun of. Okay. So I would assume that that's probably the case. Like the secret, evil old man with a hood who's like conspiring to take power type thing. Zach says, almost certainly the complainer, assuming the complaints are valid and they aren't the type to blame the rest of the world for problems they could solve themselves. Okay. Good to know. Heidi says, both people sound toxic. I would block them both on my phone. There you go. Heidi says, Carrot is like Weatherwax taking everything literal. After you finish Guards, I have a question about how Weird Sisters may fit into the Guards story. Okay, absolutely. I will let you know when I have completed it so we can have that discussion. I'll even get my Weird Sisters book so I can go through it if need be, because I'm curious what you mean about how it fits into the story. But I'm sure that'll make more sense as I continue with the book. Robert says, brags, I've had the pleasure and can tune them out. Complainers difficult to mute because of the whining and grumbling. Yeah, I would honestly say, in my personal experience, like I have two different styles of handling each of those groups of people. So like braggers, it's very easy because all you have to do is just sit in complete silence and listen, because that's all they want is to just keep talking about themselves. Complainers, though, I typically try to, I don't know, bring some positivity into the conversation and try to be like, "Oh, but, isn't this thing nice?" And I guess it would depend on my familiarity with the person, because if they were a complete stranger who was complaining, that would be pretty difficult, because I don't know if I would feel comfortable, like, inserting in, like, "Hey, like, maybe don't feel so bad about that." So in that case, it would probably be easier for me to deal with a bragger, because I could just sit and be quiet the whole time. And Zach says, "Has anyone read Murder by Lamplight by Patrice Deneuve? Deneuve? It's Audible's daily deal, and I'm very tempted by it. I have never heard of it, Zach." And he says, "Alex Pratchett's satire is coming full circle with these new fantasy authors. The grim dark novel I am reading now has a plot device right out of the Weird Sisters. I do not want to spoil that twist." Interesting. Okay. I mean, the witches in Weird Sisters, and in Equal Rights, of course, though that was mostly a Granny Weatherwax story. We get more of like Nanny Ogg and isn't it Margaret? Is the young witch? I think I'm forgetting at the moment. I hope I'm right though. They're all really good in their own way, and like they're different personality traits. Now, Granny Weatherwax is like the stiff one, who always wants to follow the rules, and Nanny Ogg is raucous and has a huge family and loves to drink. And then Margaret, if I am getting that correct, ends up like falling in love suddenly, in like a very awkward way, but it was funny. And I like their scene of like when they go to the play. That was a really good time. That was a good story. Jamie says, "Oh, is someone reading Guards for the first time? Hi, everyone." Yes, Jamie, it's me. So I am reading all of Pratchett's books in the order in which he wrote them. That's the thing that I've been doing now for a little bit. Slowly going through them, only because I love them so much. And of course, Pratchett passed away a while back, that I want to cherish all of them, and I have plenty of time to read them. So yeah, I've just been slowly savoring the stories and being introduced to the characters as he brought them into the world. And it's just a lot of fun. I wouldn't knock anybody who wanted to read them in sections, read like the Rincewind wizard stories, read the guard stories, read the witches, like I think that that's cool too if people want to do that. I just wanted to see, I wanted to go through in the order that he did them, because then I am getting all of the references, like the really subtle things that he puts in as I jump through each book. And Heidi says, "Jamie, Alex is right now so great. She's discussing it too." Yeah. And Jamie says, "Heidi, very exciting. I was listening to the Guards audiobook earlier this week again as my bedtime story. That's cool. That's awesome, Jamie. What a coincidence." Haley, hello, Haley, says, "Hi, just joined." Well, welcome. I'm happy that you're here. And Melinda says, "I probably rather be with the complainer. I have more practice ignoring that." Okay. And Robert says, "Haley, welcome." And Jamie says, "But Carrot is a dwarf. He self-identifies as a dwarf, and that is what counts." Yeah, I think that that's fair, because, obviously he was raised with them and he lived in dwarf society his whole life. I do think that it's really funny when they're talking about dwarves and at what age they hit puberty. And it says in here, the pronoun, talking about dwarves, the pronouns, excuse me, allow me to restart. The pronoun is used by dwarves to indicate both sexes. All dwarves have beards and wear up to 12 layers of clothing. Gender is more or less optional. And then that the age of puberty for them is about 55, which I think is that's great. I love all of his little notes that he gives as footnotes. I think that, isn't there a book out there dedicated to like Pratchett's footnotes? That might be wrong, but I feel like I remember something about that. There's been a ton of Discworld material after the fact that was put out of people like writing about Terry Pratchett. And Alicia says, "I'll choose the bragger because they're easier to tune out and slightly less depressing." Okay. Emily says, if only a day, then brag because easier to ignore and not feel like an unsympathetic asshole. Okay, that's fair. I can respect that. Zach says, got to chapter 32. Well done. Bubby, I'll let you out in a minute. He's wondering what Keaton's doing out there because Keaton's up and moving around out in the kitchen. And Christina says, supper is ready. Now going to eat. Very nice. I do plan to eat my salad soon. Oh, I can hear Keaton grinding coffee. Zach says, in the first Ratchet and Clank game, the bad guy is called Supreme Executive Chairman Drag. That's fun. I've never played Ratchet and Clank. I know that I should probably get it only because it's a beloved series and many people talk highly about it. The game that I'm currently deeply invested in right now is Baldur's Gate 3, and that's as somebody who does not play D&D. But I have like fallen just fully into the hole that is Baldur's Gate 3. Jamie says, I'll take the bragger. That is at least more positive energy. Complainers are energy vampires and exhausting. I agree with that too. Denise says, I read 12 pages, still on the third story, enjoying it so far. Very nice. Jamie says, Nanny Og is, oh yeah, I was saying Granny Og. I'm sorry. Dang it, it's Nanny Og is one of my faves. I'd love to be like her when I grow up. Yeah, everybody would want to be like her when they grow up because she's just hilarious and fun and she has a huge family and everybody loves her and she sings and carries on and has a great time. So absolutely. My bad on getting the name wrong. It's probably because they rhyme. That's why that happened. Oh, Kat's here. Yay, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends, I'm a little late sleeping at my parents' house tonight. Oh, are you sleeping there because of an issue with your mom? I hope not, Kat, but I hope that you're doing okay. And good to see you. Alicia says, hi, Kat. Jamie says, I used the series order from Goodreads when I read them all a few years ago. Now I reread them a lot, usually in audio format as bedtime stories. Yeah, they're just so comforting and fun and easygoing, and I appreciate them a lot. The craziest thing about these books is the fact that none of them have any chapter breaks. Like it's just pretty much one continuous story with very small little like breaks and paragraphs so that you can tell that you're like moving to a new section, but otherwise they just go and go and go until you're done with the book. I had never read a story like that until I picked up The Color of Magic. And Kat says, I'd pick a complainer over a bragger. Okay. And Denise says, I guess I assumed the bragger was a liar. That has been my experience. Well, boasting, I definitely would say, can be an exaggerated form of bragging, like where they need to talk about like all of their amazing accomplishments and how big of a role they played in something when really like either it was a very small role or that didn't happen at all. That has been my experience as well, Denise. So I understand why you feel that way. Kat says, hey, Alicia. And Melinda says, my kids are completely obsessed with Baldur's Gate. It's how they are spending their summer. Oh, okay, Bub. Sorry, I'm going to let him out really quick. Bubby incoming. Yeah, I honestly did not expect to like it as much as I did. So Keaton played D&D and he has like the books and he has tabs and everything and he's, tried to explain it all to me. And I'm a very nerdy person, but I never played D&D growing up and I've only participated in a game one time and it was not like a normal D&D campaign. And I really didn't think that it would be for me. And then he got the game on his PC. He's like, hey, check this out. I was like, okay, let me take a look. And I was really surprised by it because a lot of the rules and mechanics that just take so much energy to remember, because again, you have an entire rule book, right? The thing I appreciate about the game is a lot of that is automatically done for you. Like the game decides like, oh yeah, this is the moment you need to roll a die, or this is a perception check or something that's happening. And I like that because I get to pay more attention to the story of the game and the combat rather than the rules, which I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but I like it for that. And Kat says, I tune complainers out because it seems like a lot of people complain in general. That is true. That is very true. I mean, and I think everybody complains at some point about something. And, especially if you get on a roll about something that you're irritated with, like it's pretty easy to do. I mean, Lord knows I've done that. So, everybody does it. And Christina says, hi, Kat, and says, hi, Denise. Kat says, I sleep over to spend some time with them, but also so my dad can have a break tomorrow. He can go eat breakfast with his friends tomorrow morning. That's really sweet of you, Kat. How nice. And hopefully you get to enjoy having breakfast with your mom. Maybe have some tea time. And he said, plus we're meeting a potential sitter for her tomorrow morning at 9. My dad needs some more support. Well, I hope that that goes fantastic and that you end up liking the candidate, because choosing somebody to be with your loved one, especially in vulnerable moments, is, I mean, it's just like trying to pick a sitter for a child at that point, right? Like you want to have trust in them that they're going to take care of your mom. So, best wishes with that. And you said, hi, Christina. Very nice. So, at this point, you all can let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. We can do 30 or 45 minutes for the, one stinker in the comments who's going to say like 22, 30 or 45. It says 100%. Let us set another 45. Well, I can do that. Another 45 it shall be. Crazy thing is, we're already over 2 hours into the stream. I'm like, man, that went by fast. Some days it, seems longer than others. And today has just been one that's been going on, like just flying by. Ron says, my internet lagged and I just caught up. Braggart, I'm used to them and they can even be entertaining sometimes. Yeah, you can at least hear some kind of interesting stories. Even if they're not true, they are interesting. So I can agree with you on that one, Ron. Robert, of course, coming in with the 18. You lowballed me. I was thinking you were going to say 22. Haley said 45. Okay. Awesome. Well, I will get that pulled up. I got to go back into guards here. See what is what is awaiting me. Kat says, thankfully this lady has experience and is a cousin of my friend's husband. Okay, so there's at least like a connection that you can go back to, and you feel more confident because you know of the person. So that's great. Oh, Teresa's here. Hello, Teresa, saying just joining. Hello, everyone. Well, hello to you too. We are actually getting ready to dive right back into another sprint that's going to be 45 minutes long. So I got the timer up. I got to give you all your next question. Which is, would you rather be able to eat anything you want and have it be perfect nutrition, or have to only sleep 1 hour a day and be fully rested? What do you want to do? And I will go ahead and get the timer on the clock going. Wish you all happy sprinting. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 53 in Guards, and had a little salad and a little White Castle slider, a single White Castle slider, which I greatly enjoyed. And of course, it made me want more of them. I can get fat on White Castle. That is the truth. I'm at the point in the book where Captain Vimes is going to go speak with Lord Vetinari about the fact that Carrot is messing with the Guild of Thieves, which is fun. I like that because, of course, anybody well versed with Discworld knows that all of the guilds are sanctioned for a certain amount of crime because the guilds can actually maintain and the organized crime better than the Night Watch can. So it's fun. It's great. And I was also really happy to see that a joke came back all the way from The Color of Magic, which was the first book, which was, of course, the Insurer Ants insurance that Two Flower introduces to Ankh-Morpork, because they had never heard of the concept of insurance before. So that was awesome. That made me happy. All right. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be able to eat anything you want and have it be perfect nutrition, or have to only sleep 1 hour a day and be fully rested? So let's see what everybody says. Ron says, I enjoy sleeping. Give me the food. Okay, that's fair. Denise says, hi, Christina. Teresa says, eat anything I want. I have so many eating challenges now, gluten-free, diabetes. That makes sense. So then, yeah, you wouldn't be impacted by those, and they would be perfectly nutritious for your dietary needs. That would be great. Kat says, eat anything. And talking about eating, I'm eating my seafood potato. Yeah, it's Friday. Also brought one for my parents, plus a container of banana pudding. That right there is a dinner of champions. Zach says, definitely 1 hour sleep. Think of all the reading time. See, Zach, I thought about that as well. But I, too, am somebody who enjoys a good night's sleep. Like, I like that break of time from, like, the stress of the world. So I am going to have to go with eat whatever I want, because then I would never feel bad about anything that I wanted to eat. And it would be awesome, even if it was just like, yeah, I want to eat some dill pickle potato chips. And Melinda says, eating. Sleeping is one of the great joys of my life. Yeah, I feel that. Robert says, eating anything is my answer. Watching YouTube 23 hours a day is scary. That is true, too, because I think a lot of people always imagine if they had more time that, oh, well, we would be so much more productive if there was an extra like 24 hours in a day. I'm going to tell you right now, people would not be more productive. I really don't think so. I think that we would continue to do the same things just for more hours. So, like, if you're somebody who doom scrolls or you watch videos, it's like, guess what? More of your time is going to be taken up with that. Obviously, not all of it, but probably a fair amount. So I completely agree with that. Emily says, perfect nutrition, 100%. Eat anything and sleep as long as I want. Sounds like the perfect life. On the 4th generation of homegoing and thinking this is absolutely a solid 5-star. Yay! That's great. I would be really interested to hear, Emily, because I know you probably won't finish the book tonight, or maybe you will. Maybe you're that fast of a reader. I am not. But in the event that you don't finish the book tonight, on the next sprint that I see you, if you finish it by then, I would like to hear which perspective was your favorite, because I think that would be cool. Denise says, be fully vested on only 1 hour of sleep. Oh, fully rested and fully vested. God. Are you talking about IRAs? Be fully rested on only 1 hour of sleep. There is nothing more precious than time. That is true. Time is the most valuable commodity that we have, even more so than money. And you could also argue that if you ever needed it, you could also then work more, right? Because you have more time than anybody else has. And Haley says, I wrote 183 words. Great job. That's fantastic. Way to go. Do you do NaNoWriMo, Haley, when that comes up? I think there's a summer challenge that's shorter that Kat had talked about, right, Kat? Correct me if I'm wrong. Melinda said, made it to page 50 and Middle Tide by Sarah Crouch and decided to DNF. No! I'm sorry to hear that. I know nothing about that book, nothing at all. So, I mean, I'm not saying no because I'm like so sad that you're DNFing that one. It's just such a bummer when you feel like you need to DNF a book. So, I frowny face with you. Kat says, I ate my potato. Yeah. We had potatoes yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday. And I have a very specific way that I always make my baked potato because it's the way that my mom made it when I was growing up. It involves a lot of butter and sour cream, salt and pepper. And then for the first time, I threw a little bit of garlic powder over it this time. But I don't know if I've ever, I'm sure I probably have, but in the event that I haven't mentioned before on my live streams, the one food that I can eat when I feel really ill is a baked potato. And my mom figured that out when I was a kid. So a baked potato is, without a doubt, the ultimate comfort food for me. So I just love them. Haley says, eat anything I want because I love sleeping. Absolutely. Denise says, finish the third story on page 107. Enjoyable, but not great. Okay. That's a bummer, but at least it was enjoyable. Kat says, yes, we are in Camp Nano right now. I'm failing at it presently. You are not failing, Kat. I mean, if you feel like you are, that's one thing, but I could definitely say that you are not. If you're making any progress at all, that is still progress, even if it's not as much as you would like. And Haley says, I used to, but I don't like rushing to finish a word count. I can appreciate that as well. That can be very stressful. Like the more expectations you put on yourself for something, honestly, the less fun that it becomes because then you're just focused on the end result and not the process, the journey, if you will. So good on you for wanting to enjoy the journey. And Denise says, going to run out and get a snack. You get that snack. Absolutely. Speaking of food, get that snack. Kat said, I went ham during Summerween. That's awesome. That's really great. That's so fun. And Jamie says, I'll take the 1 hour sleeping option. I could read so much more if I could skip sleep. There you go. Zach says, I only made it to chapter 34, Heidi. I'm liking it, but I would have cut 6-ish chapters between 5 and 24. I find Christian mythology dull, but it's up to 4 stars. Well, hey, at least it creeped up there, even if you would cut some things out. Honestly, I think that's a pretty normal criticism for so many books of just being like, they could have made it shorter. I felt that way about many books that I've read. Well, fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for that discussion. And we are yet again at the 3-hour mark. Holy crap. And it is time to pick our sprint length. So kind of what I'm thinking is we could probably do 2 45s and I would be comfortable with the amount of time, unless you all are wanting to do any shorter ones for the evening. So let me know. Does 2 45s work, or would you like to do a 30 and a 45? That would be okay too. Melinda said 45 for this next one. Okay, but what about the one after that? So we'll say that this sprint, the sprint that we're about to have is the second to last, and then we'll have the last one. So what do you all want to do? And I'll also have to give you your next question. Not everybody at once. Let's see. I mean, I could always make the decision. That's fine too. Okay, so I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I will get us started then. I will get our next question up. And I'll just say that we'll do 2 45s. So this is the second to last sprint. And I will give you all your next question, which is, would you rather receive a list of everyone who's ever had a crush on you or a list of people who secretly dislike you? This will be interesting. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Let me go back here. Haley said 45 and 35. So not quite a 30 and not quite a 45. Kat says, I'm starting Dead Girl Blues by David Sodergren. Okay. Dead Girl Blues. That sounds interesting. And Melinda says 245s, and Emily says, yeah, 245s. Okay. Yeah, that will work then. 245s it shall be. Um, all right. So, yes, think about that question. Think about your answer. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I've made it to page 250 in Death's End, and another bomb just got dropped in the story, like metaphorical bomb. I mean, there are real bombs too, but metaphorical bomb. And I just sat there and was like, oh my God. So that was interesting. And then I made it to page 68 in Guards. And Carrot is walking around with Nobby, and Nobby has absolutely no idea about the old rules that Carrot has been learning. And he's Carrot's finally learning about Gaskin, how Gaskin died. So that is going well. Before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather receive a list of everyone who's ever had a crush on you, or a list of people who secretly dislike you? Let's see. Curious. Kat said 100% crush list, please. Zach says list of those who secretly dislike me, particularly with YouTubers, because I find the power dynamics weird where it's up to the viewer to choose who to engage with as long as you're nice. Weird where it's up to the viewer to choose who to engage with as long as you're nice. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more, Zach? You said, I think most creators put up with people they don't like. Oh, I mean, I guess to a certain extent. I mean, that's probably a larger issue for bigger creators who have like just vastly more people who tune in and I don't know, might like leave mean or disgruntled comments. I'm very lucky. Everybody who's on my channel, like regularly on my channel, are nice people. I mean, I've had my share of like shitty comments, but those people aren't my subscribers. They're just people who saw a video and left a rude comment. But I don't know. I I've wondered with this question as well because my initial thought would be, oh well, the more positive answer would be to get the list of people that have or had a crush on me at some point. But I'm also kind of disturbed at the idea of seeing that list in case there's like a bunch of creepy answers on it, just from like people in my life who like I have inklings about that felt that way about me, if that makes sense. And I'm like, I don't want that confirmed. But the other thing about getting a list of people who dislike you is like, sure, that seems like the more negative answer, but you can also avoid those people, much to kind of like what you're saying, Zach. It's like, yeah, if you find out that people secretly dislike you, then you can just not give them your time. And I can appreciate that. So I think I would also choose to have a list of people who dislike me so that like especially if somebody's pretending to be my friend, I could be like, "You're not my friend," and not be around them. Like that would make it super easy. And Robert says, "I'll choose crush on me, which is infinitely more uplifting than disliking." There you go. I can appreciate that, Robert. Cass says, agreed, Robert. Heidi says, I went MIA for a little while to watch some happy hour baseball. Good to see Kat in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Also, how are your Mets doing, Heidi? Are they winning tonight? Heidi says, Kat, I saw that Boy George is touring with Rod Stewart, then with Squeeze. He's all dressed up like he used to be. That's cool. Denise said crushes. Okay. Melinda also says crushes. It's not my business who doesn't like me. Okay. That's an interesting take. And Heidi says Zach Buhlman's writing gets better and better with every book. Cool. I know you love Buhlman, Heidi. Denise says no reading this sprint, book shopping. Didn't buy any though. That's more book browsing then. You were browsing. I like that. That's fun. Max, hello. Max says crushes. I need the confidence boost. Yeah, I guess that is the thing, right? Is like if you get a list of all the people who've had a crush on you, you can be like, look at all these people who think that I'm hot shit. That would probably be the only reason that I would want that list. I don't know. Maybe Zach and I are the only people who are like, yeah, it's just easier to avoid people if you find out that they don't like you. But anyway, this was just, again, purely weird hypothetical question. And we do have another 45-minute sprint to do, which will be the last one of the evening, everybody, just to let you know. so that you can plan accordingly. Emily says dislike, so that I would never second guess if a person liked me. My favorite generation seems to always be the latest generation because the author can write and the story just grows with every generation. Oh, you okay? You're talking about Homegoing with Ya Jassy. Okay, cool. I like that for you. I don't know exactly where you are now in the book, but I will say that my favorite section was with the miner. That's all I'm going to say is like the in the in the mines working hard, the miner. I liked him a lot. Robert says 245s. Well, you're getting the second of the two, Robert, so you're lucky. And Heidi says my Metsies are on fire. 3 home runs in a row. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. Kat says, I just hung out with my parents. Well, that's nice. That's really cool. Keaton is currently taking Barker for a walk right now. And is this Barker's 4th walk of the day? He's such a turd. I love him so. Like he is spoiled. And that's in addition to us having a backyard that he can go out into whenever he wants. He said, "Hey Heidi, I just sent you an email. You made me happy." Aw. That's awesome. Was it about the Boy George comment? Because that is exciting if you're a Boy George fan. So I guess this leaves my very last question of the evening, y'all, which you all know what it is. If you've been here a while, you know that the question is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? That is important. It can be big, it can be small, it can be a tiny thing that happened today. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, just something positive, something that you're proud of. Emily said, "Ah, haven't gotten there yet. Something to look forward to." Yeah, it was a really great section of the book. And Kat says, "I love Boy George. Only saw him once years ago, and he was all dressed." Max says, "I got halfway through The Lost Daughter by Ella Ferrant novella that's apparently also a movie. I love getting to compare them when that happens." See, Max, you and I are the exact opposite in that case then, because whenever I read a book, I end up not wanting to watch the movie because I don't want to compare them. I end up being like, oh, I got to see that movie, but first I got to read the book. And then I read the book and then I just never watch the movie. So, that's a weird thing though. Most people definitely don't do that. I might be the only person I know who's just like, yeah, I don't want to know how they did it. But I will go ahead. Got my question here. I'll get the last 40. Oh, I forgot to stop the clock on that last one. There we go. The last 45 minutes up on the clock. Wish you all happy reading. I'm excited to hear what your positive thing is for the week. It's always a really great way to end the evening. So see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the night. Let me know, how did you finish off your evening, assuming it's evening where you are. I made it to page 260 in Death's End and page 80 in Guards. So I would say that I had a pretty successful reading night tonight. I'm feeling very good about that. Hopefully you do as well. And of course, I asked you all a question that I ask every week. What is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you were proud of? Let's see. Oh, sorry, I'm clicking on the wrong ones now. There we go. Kat says, accomplishment. I crushed Summerween. It was an awesome week. Now I have to finish editing my vlog. Well, I look forward to seeing it, Kat. I'm sure it's going to be tons of fun, especially if you did so much stuff, which it sounds like you did. Ron says, I helped a friend do a habitat assessment this morning. That's cool. I don't know what goes into a habitat assessment, but I hope it was fun. Zach says, Sunday was my dog's 10-year adoption anniversary. Yay! That's so awesome. Oh, I love that. Give your dog a big old pet, please. Heidi says, last week was very hard for me as my son was off from school and had a cough. Oh, I'm sorry. Now that he went back and healthy again, wow, how life can be good. I think I take the normal routine of things for granted. I can understand that when you end up having, a set routine and the way that you go about your day and something ends up kind of throwing a wrench into it, it can throw not just a day off, it can throw an entire week off, really. So I'm glad that he's feeling better and that you can get back to the way of things. And Teresa says, I finally got my colonoscopy done. Good. Even though I've had one before, I was putting this one off. I have actually watched two of my family members go through that, and I was with one at the hospital when they were getting it done. And I know that it's not obviously like the funnest process in the world, but it's amazing to me how efficient everything is now. I know drinking the liquid is not fun though. I don't think anybody looks forward to that. And Kat says, so glad Luke is better, Heidi. Yes, I also think it's great that he's feeling better. Robert says, accomplishment. I try to support content creators on YouTube and other sites sharing their content on other platforms. Yes, you do, Robert. I have felt that personally. So thank you for that. Teresa says, I finished my graphic novel. Woohoo! Great job. Good on you. Rocking out. Heidi says, thanks, Kat. It's been 5 years since he has had a respiratory virus, and I completely forgot how hard it is for him to get rid of it. In a rear view mirror now. Well, I'm really glad that it's in a rearview mirror, but I know that that's difficult to watch anyway when you have a child who's sick. But when you have a child who has a disability and is also sick, that makes it, I imagine, that much harder. So I'm really glad that Luke's doing better. I said, Teresa, someone needs to invent a better tasting medicine. For me, that was the worst, drinking that vile concoction all evening. Yeah, for the colonoscopy. Kat said, I looked out for my last colonoscopy and had all over the counter stuff for my prep. No nasty stuff to throw up. To throw up? You used to get stuff that made you get sick? Oh, I haven't heard of that. Melinda says, finish rereading my first Jane Austen novel since college. Cool. That's great. Zach says, I finished Between Two Fires, 4.25 stars. It would have been it could have been very, very good, but I still think the beginning needs to be trimmed. Well, I mean, hey, the fact that it finished being above 2 stars is, it's a whole half a star better than where you started tonight. So that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. And Denise says, started The Tennis Partner. It's a memoir by Abraham I don't even want to try to pronounce that. He wrote Cutting for Stone and The Covenant of Water. Oh, I have heard of The Covenant of Water. That is a book that I hope to eventually read. And you said both were 5 stars, so that's awesome. I hope that The Tennis Partner ends up being amazing too. Kat says, my parents and I ate our banana pudding And I read 11 pages of Dead Girl Blues. Very nice, especially the banana pudding. Denise said, Kat, my son made banana pudding for my husband for his birthday a few weeks ago. That's sweet. So he made it from scratch? And you said didn't accomplish much last week other than the ordinary. But you know what? You made it through another week, and that is an accomplishment. I would say that mine for today was probably that I went through my book journal and I wrote out my reviews for like 5 different books because I like had a huge backlog on that. And just the fact that I'm kind of like back on my reading horse right now and I'm ahead in my goals for my reading for the year feels so much better than where I was at this time last year. Last year I was incredibly behind. So that it alone feels really good. It's a small thing, but it feels nice. Heidi says, Alex, write this down. After you finish Guards, watch the Library of Alexandria and Dr. Philip Chase's discussion on the book. It's the best on BookTube. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Heidi. And Kat says, that was sweet, Denise. It's probable that my oldest son it's possible that my oldest son made ours. He works at the restaurant I bought it from. Aw, that's so cool. And you said, Melinda, what did you reread? I've almost finished Sense and Sensibility for the second time. And he says, yes, from scratch. Well, that's so nice. That had to feel really good. It's really cool when kids want to make stuff. Robert says, when is the Buying 87 book trip? It's coming up very soon, Robert. I'll be making an announcement on the week that I won't be doing one of the live shows because it'll be on the day that we're coming back. So I'll be sure I'll post that just to let you all know. But it's very soon. Much excitement is going on. But I do want to say thank you all very, very much for joining me tonight, and that I hope that you had a wonderful time, and I also hope that you have a fabulous weekend. So thanks for hanging out with me. As always, we made it almost 5 hours, which was another long one for the night. And Denise says, what, 87 books? No, Robert is exaggerating. That is the thing that you need to know. The maximum number of books that I am allowed to buy on my trip is 24. That is the maximum. And I am a good noodle, and I am a rule-abiding noodle, and that is why I will be sticking to that, I promise you. So the most that you will see in a book haul will be 24. Robert says, have a great night, everyone. Teresa says, Teresa's hubby here. She is on her nightly neighborhood walk, and we'll check back on everything later. Oh, well, thank you so much for letting me know that. Please tell her good night from me and from everybody else, and that I hope that you all have an awesome weekend. And Kat says, great seeing you, Alex. You too, Kat. Thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone. Melissa says, thanks for the sprints. As always, have a great weekend. You too. Bye, Ron. Denise, 24, still great. It will be. It will be. Yeah, right. 24 and 24. Oh, I didn't think about that. That was not intentional. It was because I'm getting 2 books per month for the year that I didn't buy books. That was not because of 24 books in 2024. And Zach says, Noodle is one of my dog's main nicknames. I say that about myself all the time. I'm like, I'm a good noodle, which comes from SpongeBob. Is that all the time? I can't help it. But I love that that's your dog's nickname. Good night, everybody. Oh, Jamie says, do series count as one book? No, they do not. Each book in a series is an individual purchase. So I'm being super strict on myself, but you know what? That's okay, because I have a lot of things I already need to read, and this trip is special for me, so I don't want to like overdo it and go completely crazy. I got to be able to get all the books home. All right, everyone. Talk to you next time. Bye.